Good morning, everybody. It looks like ES is failing 5100 right now. So a bunch of puts built up to the downside since last night on ES. Pretty decent number of them, actually. And a little bit of the upside ramp broke down, which leads me to believe if we get some bad data here, we may not hold the 5100 level. We have S&P Global Manufacturing at 945, ISM at 10, Michigan Consumer Expectations also at 10, and then Logan speaking. This morning in the pre-market, Fed's Barkin announced that we'll see if there's rate cuts this year, which the market did not like. Eurozone core CPI year-over-year flash was 3.1 versus the expected 2.9. And that's their core CPI. And then CPI is 2.6 versus the expected 2.5. So I think their month over month was also up a bit. It was like where did it go? Yeah, it was 0.6. The prior month was -4, so it was a bit higher. Unemployment rate's pretty flat there. It came in at 6.4, down a little bit from the previous month. Still looks very recessionary. Manufacturing PMIs were 46.5, so still contracting. Although contracting at a slightly slower rate. How'd your coffee turn out? It's fine. If BNet hits $1 today, I'll have enough capital to start my shrimp farm. Congratulations. That stream card picture needs to be added to the Tinder profile. It probably should be. Fubo just couldn't AI enough. Aren't they up a bit already today? They're up like 6%. That's not bad. They beat on earnings and revenue. All right. Looks like we are still getting some put buying here. And some calls are taking profits. The concentration of put interest to the downside seems focused on 50-75, 50-80. Should be at 62. It's 1062. This moved up to 1003. Allergy season. That's gonna be fucking awesome. 1372. Fubo just couldn't AI enough. Fubo profit taking. They're gonna dime our boy Fubo now. God, what a bunch of panicky bag holders. Greg's so rage bound if we don't pull away from 5100. We could either end up range bound or we could end up dropping. I would say put like interest is skewed a little bit to the put side here. There shouldn't be any collar impact. It rolled 4.5% out of the money, and it's tiny. It's like 5.3 thousand contracts, I think. Sell more weekly 575. Didn't you sell a weekly 575 this week? Do you still have credit you need to make up? Can you cover the Can you cover the spread? I mean, you could sell a put at the money if you wanted to, as long as you can. 575 is a little bit of a safer choice, but I don't know if it's worth it. I think I've already hedged that one off, so I haven't been selling anything against it. Let me look. March 8th, 575. It's like another $1.30. The 80 is almost $2. I'm flying to New York to another excellent day, making more than I do working. Thank you, Matthew. Congratulations. Is Tesla below $200? There's your answer. Flying to New York City today, coming to service your custom Centaur gesture and swap the cushion out. Do you want peanut green or bullish red for your new color? Regardless, have a great day. I'll complain about Fubo this afternoon. Excellent. Thanks, Thunder. Do you have the Greeks on AMD? Yeah. It's like Delta's 146, Gamma's 166, Gamma Max is 193.62. Yeah, it's a Vega doesn't matter. We have S&P manufacturing PMIs 52.2, so slightly better. That should be good for cat. I probably won't change my chair. We probably won't see any big moves till ISM and Michigan come out. The really important things are going to be pricing, like producer pricing in the ISM data, the 5-year and current inflation expectations in Michigan consumer. Those are going to be like the big like market moving data points for this morning. But global manufacturing's still slightly improved. A little bit above estimates. I just don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Mostly, America is a service-based economy, so we don't really give that much of a shit about the manufacturing PMIs, even though we should. They tend to have less of an effect. Door? I mean, door. Oh, someone knocked? Fucking even hear it. Jesus. All right, 1 second. Okay, so just so everyone knows, my power can go out once again at any point today. So everybody whose birthday was lost in the abyss between yesterday and today, I just wanted to tell you, happy birthday. You don't have to be nice to those people. They're all like 4 years old, man. Well, they haven't turned the power out yet. They just keep warning me that they might. Like water torture. Sounds like something a BlackRock operative would say. They're waiting for Beyond MOASS to turn the power off. Oh no. Are they harassing you to try to get you to move? No, they haven't harassed me yet. They've been a little bit slower getting repairs done lately. But they have an offer that they sent me that I have not accepted or rejected yet to buy out my lease. I'm gonna reject it, but I don't want to deal with them right now, so I'm just kind of leaving it all in limbo. it's 5 years of rent. Right now, it's at 5 years of rent plus moving costs and and like $10,000 plus my down payment. So like a $10,000 cash payment, 5 years of rent, and my moving costs, and my deposit back. I think I can get more. Tell them to get Pontiff. 5 years of rent? No, it's 5 years of my rent. And so what I want to get out of them is 5 years of rent at the current market rate. I don't even like this building that much. I'd be pretty happy to move. This building sucks. It's full of fucking old people. It's a co-op, so everyone's really judgy. They're like, "Oh, you're that guy who rents, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then they look at me like I'm like a sad charity case. Even though I probably have more money than most of them. Super judgy. Yeah. I did fuck up one of their co-op meetings about the elevator. Is it like the building and only murders in the building? I don't know what that is. ZOM on its way to 130. When short oil funds jumping out windows? I don't know. Same time as war with Iran. Nice, Smooth. You can never judge around here in Sun Valley. The door next to you in Old Rumple Jeans could be a billionaire 55 times over. I'm gonna take my freezers with me. I have to at least force them to renew my lease once, right? To make them really feel the pain. If they only knew your moving costs between the freezers and the rowing machine, and the fact that I'm probably going to get some lazy fuck moving company again and have to do all the work myself. So what's the actual problem? The management company rented me a rent stabilized unit without realizing it. Um, and now I'm locked in. Like I have right of first refusal for all lease renewals, and they can only increase my rent by like 2% every, like, I think it's every 3 years. They also rented me the unit at like the COVID like lows, like the bottom of COVID rent prices. And so my rent's dirt cheap. I think it's supposed to be like 6,500 and it's 3,200, and they can only increase that by 2% every year. And they can never kick me out. Why would I leave? I might not. I might just sublet it. Like rents are getting high enough now that I could sublet it, pay for another place, and still get like 10% cash flow. They fucked up really bad. They're supposed to put this like whole addendum in the lease that I'm not, like, the rent stabilization doesn't apply, and they didn't do any of that. And so now the owner's kind of on the hook for the management company's fuck up, and he's the one who's trying to buy me out of the unit. Landlords saying like banks going long bonds at 0.1%. Yeah. Yeah. Sublet and move in with Cat Lady. No, no. She's too crazy. I can't do that. I'm too old for that level of crazy. Dude, they hate you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Turn it into a pickle themed Airbnb only for members. If you have a moment, could you talk Fubo? I really don't want to because I can see that you're all frothing and it's just, ugh. God. They beat on earnings. What more do you want? That's not a, they just sued fucking Disney. I still cover calls on Fubo before earnings. Should have waited until after. Yeah, but 5% on Fubo is like a few cents. I feel like you guys are blowing this out of proportion. Look at all the things you could have done this morning when it opened at 242. You could have sold covered calls, could have closed your $2 options. That's what I did. What's wrong? Oh, you don't want it to get cheaper? So little faith. Ooh. All right, let's look at the data. ISM manufacturing PMI 47.8. Ooh. Manufacturing employment 45.9. Michigan consumer sentiment 76.9. So down a little bit. ISM below estimates. Construction spending -2%, -0.2%, which is a miss. ISM new orders also down. ISM manufacturing prices flat, but not as high as expected. 52.5 versus 52.9 expected. Michigan consumer 5-year inflation expectations still at 2.9%. Consumer expectations final 75.2. Current conditions 79.4 versus the prior 81.9 and the expected 81.5. Inflation expectations 3% versus the prior 2.9% and the expected 3%. So not too bad. Little mixed. An ISM is a little weaker than expected, but other than that, not terrible. ISM prices are still up a little, but not as much as expected, which will be better for inflation expectations. And then Michigan consumer inflation expectations didn't move around too much. Excuse me. Are you wearing my wife's outfit in the stream card? She let me borrow it. Why are you so jealous of Michigan's status as king of inflation? Let's see. We'll wait a minute before going long. So not too bad data, but meeting met largely with calls selling off. I don't think I like that. About to cut some weeklies on Beyond if it doesn't get a bounce here in a second. Yep. Okay, 440. So S&P losing supportive charm. How far can this slide back? Like 85-ish? IWM's kind of turning around. Let's see what yields look like. 30 yield pop back to positive. Dollar's still at 104.15. Euro's up a bit. Dollar's up against the yen and the yuan. Gold turned up a bit there. Oil's up quite a lot today, 1.76%. Stop out of Beyond. Yep. Ooh, they gapped it. Fuckers. Alright. Cool. Maybe I'll get an entry on 30 DTs. Google looks kind of shitty today. CrowdStrike's down 4% this morning. Jesus Christ. QQQ still looks good. Meta's up. NVIDIA's breaking out of 800. Might be starting to pressure their short calls a bit. I think I might wait for all of this shit to pull back a little before going long. Because S&P is losing momentum really quickly. We're having some issues on ES crossing that upper trend line, actually. Huh. QQQ's getting a good pump, though. Maybe it won't matter. So QQQ just above the all-time high now? Yeah. 18,164. Expectations. Okay. So rate cut expectations on federal fund futures improved a little bit with the Michigan sentiment report. We're at pricing in 0.775 cuts right now versus the prior 0.715. So slightly better than 3 rate cuts right now being priced in. NVIDIA squeezing off some of the short calls. Yep, I'm going to exit there. Maybe not. I'll put a stop. That's what I'll do. Beyond IV rocketing. Beyond's getting fucking smashed. If they get it below delta neutral, it's going to be a rough day. And it looks like they're going to get it below delta neutral. Beyond filed to delay the 10K. Ooh, bearish. They got an upgrade this morning from Argus Research. From sell to hold. How would you hold it if you already sold it and there was never a buy signal? I've never understood that. Stop shorting it. Yeah, that's what that means. Does IBKR have a totally different SPX price than WeBull? I have no idea. Do you have live data? What's your price? Is your price lower? Logan and Waller about to dump it. Maybe. Where are all the fucking 0 DTE calls? 10? Hmm. Is anybody in here good at Python? Probably. Everybody in here is an engineer with a gambling habit. Now that data is out, thoughts on how today is leaning? Um, I think we're losing a little bit of upside momentum, but for now, we should have some bullishness. So maybe we move up and test like the top of the call range before pulling back a bit. It's like 51.20, maybe 25. If we can get over 10. Yeah, we'll see if we can get over 10. 10's a bit of a resistance right now. But we got to pull away from the puts that came in this morning still. Some of which are selling off. And we're starting to get more call buying, which is a good sign for more upside. Will QQQ continue this nonsense? Yeah, it looks like it. It's Dork with his threading issue. Give me a couple hours and I'll see what I can build. Nice, Carl. Thanks. I'm good at massaging my Python. Is that what you call it? Looks bullish. Yeah, it does. I'm long. I mean, makes me feel big. It's like a mini corn dog, isn't it, Bob? I call mine Baby Rattler. Little Smoky. Yeah, you just put in a limit buy and see if the market maker fills it. All right, I guess I should put a stop on these already. Ooh, Tesla. There's GN on Tesla. Cat just going straight up. Okay, that one's good. They get stopped out of NVIDIA yet? No. But NVIDIA's pulling back. Still a little more upside momentum on S&P. I'm thinking rejection on the futures 51.25 test. Maybe 51.23. I feel like that should be... Why is that not at the all-time high? There we go. Ooh. Options puts. NVIDIA 805. No. Calm down. It's okay. Don't fight. Don't fight it. Bastard. Any opinion on Beyond delayed report? That doesn't sound good. Shorts are gonna short the fuck out of it. Look, they're heading right to gamma neutral or delta neutral. Any opportunity they get to get their underwater shit back in the money or back out of the money, they're gonna take. And that's a damn good opportunity. Scalped the living shit out of NYCB. IBKR filled me 22p at 5 cents off open. Sold them all over 25.30. Nice, dude. Thoughts on Fubo? Decent entry here. It's like what, like long-term entry? It's more than I'd pay for it. Fubo's pretty liquid right now. Yeah, you can short it. Might get it below 175 here. Fubo earnings were this morning. Did you see that Apple had a 50 million volume candle on close yesterday? No, because I don't look at shit like that. IWM squeezing 205s. It'll probably fail before it does that. Before it actually squeezes them. This is some 205s going in the money, but I don't think you're squeezing out the sold 205s here. Most of them are for OPEX anyway, so they'll be hard to squeeze out. You don't think BYND will bounce? Absolutely not. No. This is it. They got their shot. They washed like the million volume they needed to cover today. We went up a little bit, and now they're shorting the fuck out of it. This will burn off all the zero. The more important thing here is if we lose 10, all the zero DTEs are going to go boom, right? And that's going to drag prices down really hard. Which is awesome if you're looking for an entry. Why are you still holding IWM after, or BYND after yesterday? Or BYND after breaking through GN? Either one of those things you shouldn't be doing. Nighty night? What's nighty night? Breaking GN to the upside is bullish. Breaking it to the downside is exceedingly bearish. Breaking delta neutral to the downside is really, really bearish. Which it's about to break through. Starting to get a little bit of a turnaround in momentum on SPX. Although we have shaken off a few of the shorts. We have not shaken off all of them. Call buying seems to be pretty strong. Really stable. Not too much put selling, which is actually a good thing. But yeah, volume's turning down and momentum's kind of slowing. Yes, still short of the all-time high. Boop. Okay, I'm gonna stop out of my NVIDIA calls here. add some puts. How's the call spread doing? It's not really worth closing yet. Could probably average it on a drop. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh, goodies. What the fuck are those stocks? That's Coral. Coral did it. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, but why is it those are the ones that you turn to? I mean, that's not very compelling. Dork just sending my charts and taking credit. Now he's trying to show me something with your charts that I feel like he's way more excited about than I am. Are they gonna brute force this to 51.25, or do we need downside first? I would say right now it looks like we'll pull back before 51.25. But if we get enough call buying, I don't see why they couldn't push it. 51.15, like the ramp's okay. 20 is a bit of a resistance. But 51.10, 51.15 is a pretty decent ramp. I don't know if momentum will turn completely bearish fast enough. But I would say that a rejection would probably pull back to 51.05 or 5100 if we get it. But right now we have pretty constant call buying. Yeah. It's not like blown out, but it's decent. So I would say, let's see here. Broken out above that. So yeah, I mean the next real upside resistance from here is 30. So we'll just have to see. If they can't get past 10, I would say 10's probably the weak point. That'd be where we'd pull back. If they get it past 15, well, we could see 25 before a failure. And right now we're at 08. Okay, so it looks like we're rejecting off 12 a little. Oh yeah, print my putties. Let's go. Fuck you, NVIDIA. I love it. QQQ and SPX just tanking. NVIDIA staying flat. Because the market's done rising for a minute. I just want to short NVIDIA back under the short calls. So like 800. I mean, I guess if it falls under the short calls, it could drop to like 795, 790. So there's decent range on it, and the risk reward's pretty good. Listen, man, VIX is at fucking 13. I don't know what you want. All right, Cobra. A diamond handed a call with a bad entry from yesterday. I got it at a 30% gain today. This market is ridiculous. Yes, it is. We established that at the end of the day yesterday when like $5 calls that were bought at the beginning of the day printed despite a $40 pullback. Why market go up, but BNED not at 50? Okay, BNED's never going to be at $50. I want to be really clear with you, Popcorn. Maybe two. Maybe $2. Okay, shill. Nope, $2. No, there's no other decimal places. 2.00. Beyond thoughts? Oh, it's fucked. It's they're gonna short the fucking living shit out of it. Did they get it below DN? Yeah, if it loses DN, it's they're gonna try to short it below their sold calls at like $9 and $8. Um, hmm. Dollar's coming down pretty hard. Yields are dropping. All of that should be pretty bullish. Gold is moving up. Oil's up 2.5% now. Jesus Christ. Shit, what's PBR doing? Am I gonna get blown out on my fucking covered calls? Okay, no, I'm safe. 18. I think they're at 18. That's the extent of our sell-off. No, it's not, but we could bounce and test a higher high before actually selling off. Momentum's still it's a little bearish, but it's kind of flat. Which usually leads to like kind of wider chop. Shit like that. Although if we get some more sell volume in futures, maybe we get more momentum. I think a lot of what's holding this up is NQ. NQ's kind of on a resistance here. If it breaks it broke it initially, but if it breaks through the like 18,155 level, it could pull back to like 18,120, which would be like, that'd be a pretty decent drop. That'd be like QQQ back to like 440. No, puts on Beyond usually aren't worth it because of the IV. If you buy them in the money, but generally just selling vol is better. Now you tell me, it's not that you can't buy puts, it's just that they usually underperform. Because these are volatility shorts, right? And so if you buy out of the money puts and they crush vol, you're gonna lose money. Which means you need your put to go deeper in the money in order to make a profit. And the money bear calls, if you were going for next week, maybe. But for today, I mean, I don't think it matters which one you use. Like, if you were gonna go 0 DTE puts, like at the money, that's probably about equivalent to the returns you'd get off of like an at the money bear call. But if I was going into like next week, then maybe, yeah. Although there's forced covering every day. So I think they'll try to take as much advantage of the downturn today as they feasibly can. And then you know we're probably gonna find a bottom, and once we do, you know we're likely to stabilize there due to the forced covering over the next 13 days at least, right? Selling calls. You would sell puts if you were bullish on it. 196.51. Richie. Alright, let's see. Call buying's pretty flat still. Not a lot of additional put buying on SPX, so and like still a slow bleed of call buying, 5120, 5125 calls coming in. Just not a ton of them. This is probably going to bounce a little bit. Retest 15 here. But probably not enough momentum to get over the hump to 20. Yeah, Delta's still not that great. Let's see. Yeah, so we bounced off that. Still pretty bullish. Low support is 50.98. All right, so if we fail 51.05, we can test 50.98. On a bounce, we can test 51.15, but probably not break 51.20. At least not yet. Is there a price you DCA your NVIDIA put? Well, I would probably cut them on a break of 8.10 because then it's going to squeeze out even more short calls, and those are shorter dated. But at the prior high, I'd probably DCA. A lot of this is just theta burning up. I guess that'd put the contract at like sorry. Yeah, maybe I'd buy it like 220. I'll place an order for 220. Even if the speeches are bearish, like I think we'll still see the top side of the call ramp at some point today. No problem, Posty. It's recession in the air. I'm beginning to hear layoffs and hiring freezes around people I know. Yeah. We don't talk about it though. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think this is pretty good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. I think you might be getting ahead of yourself. $15. I'll hold that till Monday, I think. That's Vega neutral. Which, I don't know which one of these that is. I'll just move this up there. VN is at 114.42. 514.42. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a lot of calls. Not a lot of puts. Maybe another dump in momentum here. This could be more exciting. Beyond 10K is up. We anticipate we will seek to raise additional capital in 2024. But I thought they were delaying it, so they just put it back out again? They released it anyway? Oh, okay. Well, that's not that bearish. I thought the company like actually announced they were delaying it. All those calls on the chain sold, right? Where? Which ones? Gherkin just said, yeah, probably not rate cuts. Awesome. Fed's Waller, I'd like to see Treasury holdings shift to a larger share of shorter dated securities. Huh. Low prepayments have kept MBS reductions to about 15 billion a month. It's important to see continued reduction. Timing of the balance sheet redemptions pace will be independent of any changes to policy rate. This environment, moving more slowly can reduce the risk of an accident that would require us to stop too soon. The current overnight reverse repo rate of about 500 billion tells me that we continue to reduce our holdings for some time. I have not seen reduction in reserves yet under the current Fed QT. After on RRP is drained, QT will reduce reserves on a 1-for-1 basis, all else equal. Huh. Interesting. Well, there we go. Yeah, oil's busting hard, Ben. I know. Bob. Fubo back to green. Cool. Did NYCB hire Helen Keller for their risk department? It's too soon, Bob. It's getting very touchy. Ah. Poop. Like he was about to start squeezing 810 sold calls. And then they started going in the money. Hmm. All right. SPX still pretty flat momentum wise. That was the ES test of the all-time high, and it broke it by one tick. That I could hold on to for Monday. Let's see here. It's 50, 30, 135. Vertical. Dollar. No, bulls are losing momentum still. The 50-20, 51-20 is the resistance. That's kind of where the call wall is. So we still have a little bit of range, but yeah, I mean volume's just disappearing. Nice, Carl. Well done. Can't stop, won't stop. S&P 500. What's the yellow line? Vega neutral on the SPXW? Still in my Apple puts. Do you think it will keep going down with the market momentum going up? What was DN and GN on it? I don't think it's anywhere near either of those right now. It might be close to gamma neutral, but it's not too close. Actually, it's closer to delta neutral. Delta neutral's at 178. Charm on Apple's negative, though, which is part of what's keeping it from moving up. It looks like it's going to just keep trading flat and down, like I said last weekend. Like a slow decline. I guess not flat, but a very slow decline over time. That seems to be persisting. Apple's not really building up a lot of call interest. Put it about NVIDIA puts and make money. There's a very small window to make money on them. Like, I think they were up right here. That was it. But congratulations. I wish I hadn't closed my calls back here. I got stopped out on this drop, I think, on my call straddle. Could have held on to those for a minute, I guess. especially while I was buying puts. If NVIDIA reverses, it'll be at like 815. That's where resistance is for it, but I have a feeling it's going to start squeezing the 800 calls. If it isn't already, it's going to start squeezing them soon. That might be the most bullish thing going on today. Everything else looks kind of meh. Caterpillar's still doing really good. IWM's holding above 205. Google's down, Apple's down, Tesla down. Beyond still fighting with Delta Neutral. Is AVGO up? Nice. I think I still have a position on that. I know. I have a Adobe. I don't have AVGO. Speaking of which. Yeah, that's just pushing past my mid PT here now. I guess I have till the 15th. Is anybody in on Adobe from earlier this week? That's doing pretty good. SPX almost at 5120 here. Delta's flattening out a bit. Still looks bullish overall, though. I can't believe CrowdStrike picked today, this most bullish of days, to dump 3%. What a wildly erratic, stupid stock. Yeah, earnings were decent on Fubo. I didn't see a problem with it. It looks like there's a lot of short covering going on. Ooh, over 21. That's a big deal. We're going to start to squeeze short calls here if we move up much more. And we're already getting like a little bit of spot up, vol up, actually. Hmm. 51.35. Yes. $30. 35. Guess we could go as high as 40 though. Yeah, let's see if it finds resistance at 20 or not. If it doesn't, we're gonna start squeezing short calls. At least the 0 DT short calls. Can you show us Fubo's tips? Yeah, sure. Fubo's getting a lot of liquidity, and it's getting liquidity in excess of its ETFs. So you have sellers. Similar to here, right? So we're net sellers. It's getting shorted too, but you do have people selling out. There's probably a lot of people that don't want to stay in it with the ongoing legal battle. There'll be other people that get in because of that, though. So that can go both ways. I'm not forgetting that the effect of short puts is reversed here, but right now we're not seeing a lot of puts being sold. So I don't think there's a big risk of that yet. And if people start selling short calls on the peak, they're going to pump it, which is a problem, right? That's where being a VN gets really weird, is if bulls think this is a peak and they start selling short calls, they're going to get squeezed out. Which I think already happened back here. Most bullish thing for Fubo is if DOJ joins their lawsuit. Yeah, that would be very good for them. But they're slow to move. I mean, they might not file anything for 6 months to a year, right? At which point the service could already be live. So Fubo moving in quickly to try to get an injunction is probably a necessary move on their part. I don't know if it's smart, but it might be necessary. Why don't bulls understand that they just need to sell calls to go up? Well, if you're a call seller, you don't want the price to go up, AJ. Why am I looking at beyond? I don't care about that right now. Alright, QQQ. Found a little bit of a top. Looks like we got a rejection on 5120, but we're not back below 5100. I need this to drop $5 and not keep fucking squeezing. Just stop squeezing. God, NVIDIA bulls are savage on Fridays. Why don't they just lose money in order for the market to go up, Gloric? Well, that's not ideal, Popcorn. Which zero DTE should I YOLO to turn $10 into $1 million? That's ridiculous. Who are the major players in trading index options like the SPX? Does retail buy enough index options to make a difference? In total, maybe. But no. I mean, Virtu and Citadel are big options market makers for index options. Goldman is too. But I think most market makers probably to some degree participate in SPX. It's computers all the way down. Yeah, that's accurate. When Tesla 150 again? I don't know. Couple months. I don't want to look at Root. I don't care about it at all. What's the downside range you can see today on SPX? Downside resistance is like 5105 or support. Support's at like 5105, 5103, right there, like right there. But we'd still need to see a breakdown in call buying, which hasn't fucking happened yet. Although momentum is shifting, it hasn't. We haven't lost VN. I think if we lose VN, then we could see the rest of the pullback. But it's probably not going to be a very big pullback, and it'll probably reverse once it finds a bottom. Looks like Root had good earnings, and they're probably squeezing off some shorts. They had very good earnings. The stock's reverse split, so I don't think the float's very big. Yeah, there's like a 5 million share float. You missed the boat. I like it when US treasuries and gold act like shit coins. It's always a good sign. I seriously think NVIDIA squeezing out short calls might be part of what's keeping the market up at this point. I guess Meta's doing pretty okay too. Although not nearly as aggressive in the short term as NVIDIA. Oh, stopped out a cat, I guess. Where did I get stopped out? Oh, okay. Upstart, BTU, Saba. XRT still squeezing off. 77? Holy fuck. It looks like they've got a pretty good handle on Beyond. Netflix is up a bit. I'm gonna have to hold that until Monday. Okay, this one's getting backed by. So now we're getting some vol shorting above VN. Question is, are those calls sold? No. Looks like put selling. Ooh, they're selling the 25 and the 30 on the 0 DTE? Holy fuck, that's greedy. Alright. Yeah, and the money sold puts. They sold those yesterday. They're selling them now. Gherkin beyond dilution coming. How does that impact the play? I'm guessing not positively. They didn't announce a dilution. They just said that they were going to do one at some point in 2024. They may not dilute either. They might offer bonds. I mean, it'll still be dilution, but it could be different. I knocked over my water cup next to my newly bought Against the Gods copy. Things aren't looking good. Excellent. Gold smashing 270 with VIX flailing. When does fear actually kick in? I don't know. Dollar dropped fucking hard today, though. Looks like yields are starting to turn around here a bit. Dollar's stabilizing at 103.90, 99, 98. IWM's not looking super great. That's QQQ. QQQ looks fine. SPX looks okay for now. Yeah, I feel like if we get a pullback, it's not going to last very long at all. Even if we get like a big pullback, I don't think it'll persist for very long. Maybe like 15, 30 minutes. Yeah, just stay long here. Nothing else to do. Yeah, so if SPX fails 20, which it kind of is. If it fails 20, we can pull back to like 105 at most. At most, we could pull back to like I think 105. But if we do that, I think we're gonna go right the fuck back up again. Like the second we get any put capitulation, it's gonna turn around. And if they keep selling fucking calls, I'm not sure we're gonna drop at all. I'd like a little pullback so I can enter more calls, but I've got debit spreads. Pullback on buying? Well, they're selling puts. They're selling the long Vega, which is bearish. I have a SPY 510C for next Friday. What's my best play to manage this? You want to stay in it? You could sell calls. You could not particularly like that actually. What's SPY at right now? You're fucking 80 cents in the money and you're worried about managing it. Hold over the weekend. You could sell like an out of the money call against it to hold over the weekend if you wanted to. I don't really know if it's worth it. You could buy like a put straddle. Maybe. No, I don't really like the straddle. Maybe you could like buy like a put debit spread to carry it over the weekend. Something like I don't know, 508, 506. That way, if there's a drop over the weekend, you don't get burned, and you cover your premium. Yeah, that could be a solution. You could sell the out of the money call and like a short dated out of the money call and just turn it into a debit spread if you're worried about like theta decay or something. But if it rises over the weekend, you could get kind of blown out on that. And I'm really not sure you're going to get that much for like a 512 or 514 call. So it might not be worth it. Gonk, I did the thing. What thing? Show me. SPX has been out of steam since the first test of 120, but NVIDIA is still squeezing. I don't know how the market's fucking pushing up through Apple's 1.5% down day either. Do you think BYND will break under 930? I mean, they have short calls at like $7 and $8. So I'm sure they wouldn't mind. NVIDIA, world's most valuable company, on the back of covered call ETFs. That's like 90% of its growth, honestly, is just squeezing out its own covered call ETFs. Did you see where the NQ forward contract is trading? Are Are you just talking about the March contract? Yes. It doesn't negate the effect of forced covering, but they don't have to force cover into their sold calls, right? They want to close their sold calls before they cover. Earnings fucked the shorts, and so they need to get price back to an equilibrium so they can net off their vol short position during the forced covering period. What's up, popcorn? Actually, they're doing really badly. They've already got it back below delta neutral, but they're not dropping the price very quickly. They're already kind of a little fucked. My call's going to earnings. I bought some puts to get delta neutral. Stock tank crushed. It was pointless. Lesson learned. What did I do wrong? You didn't sell any volatility, so you lost out to the IV crush. So you probably should have used like put debit spreads or like calendar put spreads. so that you could sell back some of that vol that got crushed out, right? And then you profit on the vol crush, and you still have a put position. Just going like a straight straddle or delta neutral into earnings, you're still not volatility neutral, right? Time to buy SPX calls? No, it just started dropping. Give it a fucking second. Jesus Christ. We can drop as far as like 5105. No, the market's not crashing today. Did you read the whole bullish? Oh god. Are you still not reading? I can't keep my liquidity in my pants. You'll figure it out. Why read? I have a thesis. What's the thesis? Can you learn me to read? Damn motherfuckers. It's an interesting rejection on futures. It's getting some volume. A little less interesting on NQ. Maybe not. I guess it still broke the top on NQ, but it's not too bad. Oh my god, is NVIDIA gonna stop squeezing for a second? That'd be fantastic. Trend line, it's not magic. It's just a trend line. Some a bitch. I've started ignoring what I see and blindly following the resistances you discuss slash post. I'm making money. Yeah, you should not follow your. I've seen a lot of people trade AJ, and I've never met somebody in my entire life who should follow their own advice less than you. All of your instincts backwards. We're not drilling to the core of anything. We're gonna get hopefully more pullback than we've gotten, and then that's probably it. Can we find out what he's gonna do and inverse him? I think there's an entire channel on the Discord dedicated to that. Oh no, my puts. I swear to God, if Bears fuck this up, I'm gonna be pissed. Why would anyone have puts right now? It's a good question. I would have puts if I remembered to straddle anything last night. I was too busy fucking around with zero DTs into close, and I forgot to straddle both NVIDIA and SPX. Although zero DTs into close were awesome, so that's because bear. Nobody should be bearish here. Not like you can short gamma and like make a little money on the drop, but I would not. I would not be bearish right now. That is exceedingly dumb. When bearish, then maybe closer to CPI, PPI, around there. You can straddle SPX after the bell. Oh, it's awful. Have you tried doing that? Just trade ES at that point. Fuck you, I'm buying a put. Okay, a zero DT put is not the same as being bearish. That was the whole pullback. I really hope not, but it could be. Yeah. The top is in on IWM. It's only down from here. Fuck you for just taking that away from me. uh, gonna lie, that's a decent dip buy. Don't want to sell the 5100. I kind of want to sell some pets. I don't know. I'm gonna wait a second. God, that's shitty. Okay, so lower high here is bearish continuation. Yeah. This is the bull's day. Carl, go back to the closet, all right? And no peeking tonight. Every day is Bull's Day except Tuesday. Oh, I like where this is going. Is Tesla going under 200 again today? Looks like it found support again at 198.50. Maybe? Still shorting a lot of vol. Weird we have this push with Apple selling off. Yeah, yeah, it's strange. And Apple and Google are both underperforming today. Tesla is too a bit. Uh, but Nvidia's up 3%, and Meta's up 2%. Yeah, fuck, even Microsoft's red. Jesus. Yeah, Nvidia and Meta just carrying the whole market as they squeeze off short calls. It's just absorbing the Mag 7. I've seen this Dragon Ball Z episode. I'd love to see a retest of 205 on IWM. I bought one of those 0 DTE puts you talked about. I don't know if I'd short IWM, but okay, maybe you'll get it. It's dropping a little bit. I don't know why people are complaining. The DD last night was like buy calls, buy calls, buy calls, buy calls. And I get this feeling that that's not what people did. I was like SPX bullish, everything else also bullish. Selling options should be illegal. What? Why? God damn it, Greg. You said buy calls and I bought puts and it's your fault. Yeah, I know. You have to turn the lights of your stream green or red so people know they can't read. What's up, Carl? There's spike and vol on an upside move. Still lower high. NVIDIA just tested 20 and failed. IWM's kind of stabilizing. QQQ got a bounce. Left a gap to the downside. All right. Beyond 10p would have actually been worth it this morning. Really? Even with the crush? I don't know about that. Beyond's only at like 988. Was it like 5 cents? Out of the money would go up, but I don't know about out of the money. I had 10p, 11p this morning. It was not worth it. The crush made them barely pay. I bought calls at market open on NVIDIA, and then I sold the calls and bought puts, and then it squeezed. So I closed the puts. I think I have one put open on it still. Nasdaq is up 51% a year. Zooming out a bit, did something break? That's a good question. Beyond 2 plus 2 plus 13 for reg show, right? Does that mean the March 1921 will be spicy from this week's volume, assuming still on reg show? Yeah. 13 days from this week's volume, no 2, just 13. I don't know. We didn't get a lower high here, so we could get a rejection on the triple top, but yeah, just see if it fails the trend. I mean, I guess it's still slightly lower. Is it lower than? Yeah, just barely though. It's like a couple cents. Ball's turning up a bit. Remember, we're above BN, so if they start selling calls here on the top, we could just go back up again. Seems to be a decent amount of call buying still. They're just kind of brute forcing it. There's so many call buys at 51.25. 51.20's got a shitload of calls too. Place any bets over the weekend on NYCB going into receivership? No. Shout out to that one guy years ago that tried to discredit Gherk for, and I quote, he moved a trend line. He obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. I wouldn't short Root. It's got like a 5 million share float. Why short it? It's so fucking illiquid. Is there any more data that could swing the market today? There's like some Fed speakers. I don't think anything they say is gonna matter. Like, short of JPOW coming out in like a surprise meeting and being like, we're raising rates again. I don't think any of the remaining Fed speakers is going to do anything. I think it's just Bostic at 12, and then do we have anyone after that? Daly and Schmid at 1:30. I'm sick and overslept. Too late to buy calls. You'll need a pullback. Or a breakup. Those are both options, actually. Alright, NVIDIA 0 DTE buyers. When are you going to take profits on your 820s? Never. That's the answer. They're never going to take profits. They'll hold those fucking things into a loss at close. Can you explain what happened to make today perma bullish? We have a lot of calls up here. I mean, technically, it's what happened at the end of the day yesterday that made today perma bullish, but yeah, there's a shitload of calls. There's like a nice solid ramp up to 51.25, 51.30. We're in positive gamma territory. We're not significantly above Vega neutral yet. My wife has her 20-week ultrasound today. Are you coming to support your child? It's not mine. We already told you, Carl. You sound like my father. Immaculate child of AI. My straddle overnight made 6.5%. Nice. I got excited and I closed it all at open like an idiot. I rebought the calls. That's not too bad. I mean, that's why I tell people about them, because even if you mismanage them, you can still make decent money. Motherfucker has hooves in the ultrasound. Do you think the video will see any pullback? Only if someone actually sells calls. Like, profits would have to be taken for it to pull back. They could, right? There are 510, 520, and 800 calls that, or 800, 810, and 820 calls that definitely aren't closing out. They'll just sit there, right? They're not sold by individual traders. They're mostly sold by ETFs, and a lot of them expire like March 15th. So those aren't going to get squeezed out. Spread sellers aren't going to get squeezed out because they'll just take the loss if they have to, right? So yeah, I mean, if we get some 0 DT call capitulation, that could trigger more call capitulation, which could see NVIDIA's price drop. some range on it too. Like the risk reward's really good, and but it just might not happen, right? Jensen takes off leather jacket and gives reptilian roar. Are we down or up? What do you mean? We're up. Could gold move much higher? I hope so. Okay, bearish momentum's about as bad as it can feasibly get at this point, and we're still not pulling back very much. Ever seen Dork's Wiener like 9,000 times? He doesn't even need to send me any pictures anymore. I can just close my eyes. It's right there. Gross? No, it's not gross. He has a pretty wiener. Prove it? Dork, DM him your wiener. It's very Greek. Like a Greek statue. Fig leaf? So shrimpy. No, elegant. Haven't you ever the Greeks believed that big veiny monster dongs were barbaric. No one wanted to see that shit. Sounds like coping. Yeah. I'm not a shower nor a grower. Oh, this place is so weird. Dirk peeing like cashew in a haystack? No, he's been subscribed to Baradactyl's manscaping service for several years now. Just like a cashew on the kitchen floor. The weirdness is your fault. No, it's not. I've got the cutest little racing stripe. Greg, I've learned I stopped buying puts on the index. In other news, I have many NVIDIA 0 DTE puts. Well, you better hope NVIDIA drops below 815. That's all I have to say. And 810. Actually, yeah, you're going to need both. Some of you haven't died, and it shows. Who are you? Believe it or not, I've been Dork's personal intimate grooming tutor longer than this stream has been around. Part of that time, he didn't even know about. uh... 13:30. Ooh. We're gonna need VIX to heat up a lot more than that. I mean, we technically got a lower high by a couple cents. I don't think we've broken back through that other trend, though. Maybe we have. I guess we have. That's kind of okay. What if we fill that gap? Nah, we still need to lose fucking 51.10. This is fucking boring. I don't know. Maybe we drop in like 20 minutes or something. 30 minutes? Plenty of support at 51.20 ES too. NQ looks a little less hot than like NQ seems like it has like a little less support. But we'd still want to see that fail 18.2. And then if it fails 18.2, maybe we get a test at like 18.170. And then find support there. NVIDIA's losing 8.15. That's relevant. Apple's still shitting the bed really hard. Apple's about to fall through delta neutral. Fucking NVIDIA's at 2.04 trillion. You know what? I need God, there's so much charm. Hmm. Getting a little bit of put buying. Not much, though. Looks like NQ stabilized. With their little dippy do. That's getting closer to 35. Alright. Look at how fucking illiquid this is. This isn't gonna close under 51.15, is it? I doubt it. Yeah, that seems unlikely. Apple caught a bid. Google's back above VWAP. It's still red on the day. Hmm. Oops. Let's Fubo there. Did me and Atomic just pin Fubo to $2? If you want Fubo to break 2, I can sell some CCs that'll guarantee it rockets up. I'd prefer not. I barely got any CCs out before the drop. Mine were 253. Wasn't me. Okay. Is resistance here really that strong? No. It's, I mean, it's a big call wall. And I'm back. Yeah, I think that was just the YouTube intake server. Make sure to like the stream, guys. I sold some 2P out in May and August for Fubo. Maybe my fault. Interesting. Well, thanks for setting our new range, JPM. This time's an actual triple top. Don't worry. I don't believe you. Good thing there's just this thing as a quadruple top. Bullish. New high for the day. The market is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the market. This is just one of those triple tops that's a little bit higher still. Don't worry. Cope. I just want to buy more fucking calls. I mean, I guess I could buy them here, but that feels so shitty. Not if we get a 5150. True. Although if we go to 5150, I'm selling calls, not buying them. Guess who NVIDIA puts? They're cheap right now. Don't ask me how I know. The calls aren't too bad either. The 820 call's only $2. Remember 1 year? Is it safe to assume call holders are not taking profits up here? We haven't seen a lot of profit taking on the in the money calls today. Selling calls, giving them ammo to squeeze out. Yep. Seems so fucking greedy. When the bottom finally falls out, it's gonna be real fast. Like, we're floating on a magic carpet as support. I mean, there's support at like 5,100, 50, 50, and 5,000 to the downside. If those are lost, then yeah, it could start to pick up a lot of momentum. But there's definitely support at those levels before we drop really fast. At least for now. Welcome back, Cookies and Leche. Hmm. So at this point, 20 is just support, right? Someone call RC, the rug doctor. VN's right here, 51, 14, 42. But they're being, I mean, they're being pretty smart about it. They're not shorting a lot of vol up here. They did that earlier. They shorted vol earlier, like right in here, a lot, and then that triggered a bit of a dip. But yeah, not a lot of vol shorting up here. I think the problem is bulls keep thinking it's the top, and they keep selling calls, and then that reduces the market makers like positive Vega exposure, right? So if they're selling puts, they're pushing the long Vega, but if they're selling the calls, they're getting rid of that, right? And then the starts to hedge up again. So it's just backwards, right? Are you telling me to pick a direction? I already have. I mean, it's up. It's just very weak. Breaking news: RC's full ported GME's excess funds into SPX. That'd be pretty good. I keep waiting for a pullback to get calls, but it doesn't come. Well, then you just wait till it tops and sell them. 25.30 is $2. 66% return. 30.35 seems harder to pull off. Is this the top? There's calls all the way out to 51.50. This is kind of where gamma peaks locally, though. You were positionally bullish, not economically bullish, right? Yeah. I'm buying one DTE, 51.45 calls. Interesting. There's a ramp to 50. It's not that strong yet, but it's decent. And it's 0 DTEs. So they're filling the range in. Are your tips bullish? Are they ready to release some liquidity? On which stock? Shrimp doesn't have an options chain, man. What's the VIX doing? Going up? How much is oil up now? Still 2.27. Dollar and yield seem to be staying pretty flat. Is the VIX up because they're buying back sold calls or de-risking short puts? There's a decent amount of volume on both out of the money calls and out of the money puts, so it's hard to say. Realistic timeline for beyond spikes? I mean, I just want as much theta as possible to cover the period where they have to get it off of reg show. I have something of a call ladder myself here. Nice. Yeah, like debit spreads and call ladders are pretty good for shit like this. Oh, NVIDIA broke up again. That's got to be bullish, right? Maybe not. I just want something to happen. I sold 51, 20, 30 calls for credit. Somebody had a break even today. I have no day trades. Oh, Jesus. You could wait for a drop and then buy the... Ugh. You could like open... Well, you could open a butterfly and substantially reduce your losses. I was really hoping we see the 51. I'm hoping we see any fucking drop. I mean, if you open the butterfly now, it'd still be, well, you could wait till it goes up more to open the butterfly. There's no top Gherkin. Don't you get it? I will say it seems to be very hard for the momentum to turn around substantially today. But I wish we'd just like go up then, right? Like if we're just gonna have persistent bullish momentum, why are we going up like $1? And well, it feels like $1 an hour. That's so painstakingly slow. Dell has further solidified its AI credibility and likely wins over more believers, analysts say. Has the needle touched the bubble? The bubble can't pop till Dell's at 500. Time for 10C on Beyond. It seems like they haven't covered obligations, but as we know, that doesn't mean price improvement. I mean, on Reg Show it does. But it takes time. I don't know. I think they could still short it a little lower. They've already got it below DN. Why not push to get the like the in the money calls at 8 and 7 back out of the money? Or at least like 8 and 7, like 9, 8 and 750. You taught them the secrets. What do you mean? They know the game now. Well, yeah, because they blew up billions of dollars previously, and they model this shit, and they're like, oh, we can't sell puts. I didn't teach them how to do it. They figured it out. It's still insanely boring. You taught them not to sell puts up here. They stream you. I doubt it. Dear God. If we see VIX 13 again, I'm averaging down some Vega plays. That might be a good idea. VIX 3 months moving back up a little bit today, but it's still sub 15. I think RSP is outperforming SPX at this point. Yeah, it is. Just a little bit. Ew. Breath-based pumps are so slow and shitty compared to hardcore tech pumps. There we go. Apple's turning around a little bit. Now oil is diving. Were oil shorts getting squeezed a bit? Maybe, yeah. Above 80, I think there's some pressure. How do you feel about zero DTE straddles here? No, because we're at like peak gamma, so this is arguably the worst place to buy a zero DTE straddle. Because this is the strike that like spot is most likely to get pinned to. And I'm not saying that it can't be profitable. It could be, right? On any move away from that, but that just forces you to manage it, right? How high are we finna squeeze? 5150? 5150's not out of reach today. Still kind of hard to get to, but it's not out of reach. Well, 5150 might be, but I'd say we could hit 40. Maybe like 45. Yeah, maybe like 45, 44. We probably can't break 50 today. Also, VN on the SPX, like the monthly VN, is at 155 or 5155. So Can you open infinite orders theoretically? Are you talking about like trying to spoof? Why would you want to do that? I let a weekly Condor 5 wide run on option strat and it paid off perfectly on SPY. Oh, nice. Did did, did you open it in real life or just like paper trading it? I think we're testing the long-term trend here too. Like the one from back in October on SPX. A little bit of in the money profit taking at 50.75 through 5100, and then the transition, like the range between 5125 and 5050 is filling in a bit, as is the range from 5050 to 50 or 5150 to 5175. It'd be nice if the market stops edging and picks a direction. It's picked a direction. Very, very strongly. Now I can still pull back. It would be nice to eliminate the pullback as a potential concern, but you don't always get what you want. Have you ever been 5150'd? No? Isn't that a mental health crisis? Filling in a bit longer expiration for 5150, 5175. I think they're mostly 0 GTEs, but some of them are further dated. Gamma for Monday is starting to pick up a bit. Yeah. So some positions being bought for like Monday, Tuesday of next week. We're really getting a shitload of puts at 51.25, 51.30. I'm pretty sure they're all sold. How does the market maker boof everyone today? 51.15. The stream pausing is getting annoying. Why is the stream pausing? If you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. We're selling in the money puts. Holy fuck. Shitloads of them. Probably spreads. It's probably like a 51.25, 51.30 put spread. It's fine for me. I think it's a mobile issue. It's been happening to me the past 2 weeks. It's a glitch when an ad starts to play. Either pauses or restarts the stream. That's weird. Does the app have like an update to fix that yet? Usually Google's pretty quick about that kind of shit. If you had to choose one trade besides chef or metal, stop asking me hypotheticals. I keep thinking you're pondering when really the stream is just paused. No, I'm just bored. Mine has been freezing on desktop from time to time over the past couple of weeks. Hmm. I don't know if this level on ES is actually a resistance. I just made it up. I guess we'll find out. You should randomly just start freezing. Yeah, I probably should do that. Full ported Fubo at market open. Why? I'll have to eat ramen noodles for lunch at work the rest of the week. Pro, I had to check. Very good, Mr. Pickle. Very good. You know what's very good? This entirely made up line at 51.35.75 that's actually acting as resistance. Look at me. Telling the future. Oh, I should have bought all my debit spreads today for 0 DTE. The profits would have been so much better. Although they were slightly cheaper for Monday. But you buy debit spreads? Yeah. Generally. That's how they're described. Buy debit spreads, sell credit spreads. How much did you pay for the aimbot? There's no aimbot. Would you rather never get laid again or have the market stay like this for the rest of your life? Oh man, that's tough. You've identified my two favorite things. Okay, so I'd rather the market doesn't stay like this, but with the caveat that we get sex robots. Okay. Can he still get tuggies? Yes, sellers love those 75-cent increments. Whole dollars? Nope. 75. Yep. That's how you burn the noobs. That's not too bad. Robots aren't that far. I know Elon and Zucker working day and night to make it a reality. Slid a bad boy in your DMs. I'll waive the fee this time. Oh, I saw that first one. Someone sent it to me already. That's pretty cool if that's what we're ooh. Yeah, I need to spend some time this weekend working on some stuff to do with that. But yeah, that looks dope. What price did you buy calls on a dip? Uh, what dip? Okay. Are you just gonna go up for another 2 weeks? Well, not 2 whole weeks. Real question, wait for the ramen spot to open to order or Chinese hand pulled noodles? Are they the flat ones? Yeah? Ooh, that sounds good. 12 to 14 days? No. Like 7 to 8 days. We get CPI and PPI right in the middle of SLD, which should be fun. Why do people always misquote eat your cake and have it too? Because no one cares, Huckleberry. Oh my god. A pullback? Dog, don't tease. Have you looked at Riley at all? Yeah. Aren't they going like insolvent? I've never heard anyone say that, and I am surrounded by morons. I don't know why, but never mind. Market go uppy uppy. That's what we're doing today. I'm running out of I'm running out of upside on this debit spread though. I'm gonna have to open something to get more exposure. Jesus fucking Christ. We have 5 15-minute candles of just pure upside on NQ. The only red candle we had on NQ today was flat. You fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, yes. That's the rumor. Ivy's mid 167 for just a week out. I wish I was still degenerate enough to take the risk. I want to roll my 50-55,000 bear call spreads for March 16 then. Wait, you sold in the money bear call spreads? Or did you sell them before we went above 5,000? I sold them like 3 weeks ago. Why didn't you close them? Usually when you sell spreads like that and they go up a bunch, you want to close them. Those were definitely up a bunch at one point. In the forest hush neath moon's soft glance lies a tale of a centaur's secret romance. Gherk with thunder hooves loves fire ablaze, treads softly in shadows where passion plays. Carl, unknowing, trusts veil unfurled, while Gherk and Carl's wife share a hidden world. But truth's sharp dart, it finds its mark, binding Gherk and Carl in love's cruel arc. Thanks, Shakespeare. GPT. Also, it's SPY, so 500, 505. I don't care about your $5 spread. $50 spread, I was like, man, this guy's fucked. Also, why didn't you close it when you were up? It doesn't change the problem here. You could turn it into a butterfly, maybe wait for a pullback to the midpoint, and then, or a condor, and wait for it to pull back to the midpoint and close it. I think I top ticked the market with a call. You probably did. You're really good at doing that. You are both the buy and sell signal, AJ. If that poem marks the top and we crash, I will get it tattooed on my face. I hedged off most of it with intraday calls. Okay. Well, if you wanted to go back out of the money again, you might need some theta on it.
Why isn't there a caterpillar option strategy that can turn into a butterfly? You can turn a spread into a butterfly. Check TMs. What do you got, Dork? Oh, that's gross. What the fuck? That pullback was intense. What pullback? That's not a fucking pullback. We're currently pricing in 0.8. So rate cut chances have improved since this morning. Not for any justifiable reason. They just are. Oh, we got the Fed's monetary policy report. March 1st, 2024. Oh god, I'm gonna have to read this whole fucking thing, aren't I? It's like 71 pages. Put it in the Discord. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want to read it, but I'm going to. It's just excessively long. Do you think today's data was overall bull or bear? Uh, I mean the ISM and S&P data wasn't very interesting. Probably some slightly increased inflation in ISM prices and like Michigan consumer inflation expectations, but I think Europe's data this morning was far more bearish than anything that we got intraday. I would say it's just pretty neutral. Like none of it really matters very much. ISM services and S&P services PMI will be far more important. Contraction in services will freak everyone out and make people think there's a recession coming. Is there a recession coming? Depends on if we stop spending money. Do people not think a recession is coming? No. I mean, at least not currently. I would say majority still think no recession, soft landing. But it's starting to become more fractured. Almost above the short puts here. Is it too late to chase the SPX? No, but it's risky. Huge candle, sell candle on QQQ. Ooh, neat. That was just NVIDIA dropping 50 cents. I'm only partially kidding. I mean, there's no way they can squeeze this up to 50 without fucking... Well, right? I mean, I expect us to hit like 51.88 over the next like week or so. But not today. That'd be fucking nuts. Also, I'm not sure we can hit 5180 today. If you account for inflation, so the inflation adjusted all-time high, wasn't it a little bit higher than this? Ismanes, are you having like a mental breakdown? Like you off your meds or something? What's going on? Breakup? I'm fine. Are you sure? You want to talk about it, man? Why are there 30 gaps? Robust and liquid markets. Odorous Dan, when you complain about getting ignored and then ask me if my spirit animal's out of it, you should probably ask yourself if that's why you're getting ignored. I am eating popcorn. I'm waiting for the show to start. Why'd you send us a 71-page PDF with graphs you know I can't read? White cheddar. Figured out a neat trick. If you get a bunch of siliconized caulk on the knees of your work pants, they become waterproof for those rainy days behind the dumpster. Cock on the knees, cock in the mouth. It's a hard knock life, Wa Beef. When do I complain about being ignored? Stop ignoring me. I thought this was a family show. How fucked up's your family? It could be. The Tesla bulls don't mess around on Fridays. Nope. That's their regarded day. Hold on. SPX looks like less ups, but I assume I'm wrong, so maybe I should keep my 30C. Maybe. Let's end the day at 5,100. It's fun. What's up, Nightney? What 2 p.m. report is coming out today to turn this around? Nothing. You mentioned 51.15 is the end of day price that cucks everyone but the MM. Is that still true? Actually, yeah. Yeah, 51.15 to 51.10, but yeah. I think if we really blow out the upside here, then maybe. But I don't know why we're not just squeezing out the short calls at this point. Why are we retracing the whole move? There's nothing bearish. There's no bears. The MM is our bear. The MM's gonna be fine no matter what. How many MMs are left? 7? Beyond now then, eh? Go Ed, I'm in. Wait, what? Can you rewrite that sentence using words I can read? The market maker is basically Ferris Bueller. They cannot lose. Make sure to reach out to your MM once in a while to make sure he's doing okay. I think he's doing great on AJ's puts right now. Nice popcorn. Congratulations. I'm gonna be a nervous wreck for 3 months. Why? Is there some sort of restriction? Do you need to look busy? What the fuck is that? What happened? Oh. Okay, there's now no more risk of electric outage today. Since the market has chosen a direction, are we just going to buy bull call spreads for next week? I'd still like to get a pullback at some point before entering more of them, but yeah, essentially. There's still a risk of a pullback, but if we move up a little higher, like 40, 51.30 or above, yeah, above 51.30, we're going to start to squeeze out more short calls. Hmm. I need to look at something. Okay. When you look at that QQQ chart, what's the first thing that comes to mind? For me, it's, yeah, dude, that's totally not a dispersion trade. Dark, that's a dispersion trade. I don't know what you're on about. Pullback once the weeklies die, end of day. Maybe. I still think we can go higher. maybe like $10 more or something. What do you think of DE at these levels? Hmm. I don't know. I like cat better. Might be able to play like a run up. You got risk at like 350. That's, I mean, it could be a good swing trade if it finds stability here. I don't like that it fell below trend though. That might be kind of bearish. I'd probably need to look at their earnings a little more closely. Seems like it found support after the most recent earnings disappointed though. I don't see how they disappointed, but apparently they did. How many questions do you think you answer a day? I don't know, but that's one more. This is starting to remind me of 2021, where I would just buy a bunch of calls at the start of the week, set a stop, and see how much I made that week. Yeah, yeah. If we close below 23, I break even. I feel fine now, but I will still turn pale when we break 30. Very close. Man, QQQ is so weird today. Like, where's NQ going? It's clearly got a target in mind. Just up. But why? Are you straddling for next Monday? There doesn't seem to be anything leading up to JPA's Congress testimony. Oh yeah, when does JPA speak to the Financial Services Committee? Is that next week? It's been so long since we've gotten to watch JPA argue with Congress people. Ooh, nice. That'll be fun. Last time that happened, I think I bought butterflies and it just nothing happened. Like the market just stayed flat for an entire day. You know, if you invested $100 in QQQ on January 1st, you'd now be worth 15 billion. No, but they'll probably ask him a lot of questions about fiscal policy that he'll be like, I can't comment on fiscal policy. GME going? It's up a little bit. I wouldn't really say it's going. VIX makes me so sad. They're ignoring the rules of VIG and neutral entirely. They're not. It's just not. VIX isn't moving very much. I'm just super zoomed in on it. MOASS, because GME is up 50 cents. You guys forgot this could happen. I still stand by the idea that there are multiple VNs. There are. Yeah, Apple's having a little bit of a move up. Well, fine, now I'm not arguing it. Oh, okay. I want to buy calls for next week, but we're not getting any pullbacks to buy in at. It's making me mad. I hear you. My buddy who was out of the market for about 18 months is back in full bull mode. Nice. It's pretty cool to short tech and be bullish on indexes at the same time. Backwards, but okay. It'd be a real shame if we closed all today's gaps. Is Nasdaq about to get the fuck rugged out of it? I hope so. Like $5 more though, right? Well, not on QQQ. Explain charm like I'm an ankylosaurus from the Cretaceous period. That's it. Jimmy and Big both got random volume and uppies at the same time. Neato for my calls. Nice, Blueberry Batman. Ha! I almost wrecked. Dude, I was laser focused on work when you made that noise. It needed to be made. I'll miss your humor. Will you give us your Fidelity contact number? I'll see if my secretary can forward it to you. GME's not moassing. It's up 58 cents. I just got some Beyond calls for April. Nice. This is it. This is the short call squeeze. This is what I dreamed about all day. I should squeeze them a little harder, though. NVIDIA's crusting? I want us to test 35. What you got in that order entry there, bud? Steph? I'm just not sure what stuff yet. No, not yet. How has NVIDIA not retested its high this whole time? This is your pullback. Buy the 50s now. Not yet. You see this generational dip buying opportunity we currently have? I do. This headline makes me feel like your stream card yesterday. Eurozone inflation continuing to ease. Rose 2.6% in February. Yeah, man. That's sure. You guys know that the Fed super core went up yesterday more than it has at any point during the entire tightening cycle? So the like core CPI X energy X housing. Is Jimmy doing something? Yeah, it moved up like 50 cents. It doesn't look like there's any covering going on. Just picking up a little volatility. Maybe because XRT is actually getting squeezed to the moon. I think Jimmy has ETF FTDs today, but there's not a lot of them. I'd have to go look. Give me a second. Um, 1.18 million. It's okay. I might sell some cover calls on it. I think my first buy order on AMKBY triggered yesterday. Yeah, my first buy order triggered on it yesterday. My next buy order is still more than $1 out of the money. So I picked up like 10,000 shares yesterday. That was this was like my original cost basis. before I averaged it up. How's WeBull for trading spreads? Okay. No real ways to set stops on them though, which is kind of annoying. Or at least none that I figured out. Weebull's got a bunch of updates since I last looked into it in any meaningful way. So I should probably spend some time checking out everything they've changed. I just haven't had a chance. I know you still have to sell like condors that are wider at the center than they are on the spreads, like individually, which is annoying as fuck. Could we at any point wake up Monday morning to VIX at 20? Probably not. Although that would be really cool. I don't think so. Which covered calls are you selling on GME? None yet. I don't know. I don't have any out right now, so I could sell some. Let me see where options are on it. Not having stops for spreads is costing me so much money. Yeah, it's nice to have stops on them. Looks like there's just a big pile of calls at 15 here. Some out of the money shit for the 15th, but nothing that close to spot. Yeah, GME's kind of at resistance here. I don't know, maybe maybe I'd sell like the 16 or 1650 for the 15th. I don't know if it's worth it. Earnings are coming before then, though, right? Doesn't GME have earnings coming up? Yeah, that's the problem. Maybe I just sell 15s for today. 20 cents. It's not bad. Just buy them back if it doesn't drop by close. We're going to 50? I don't think so. I think we're pretty close to the top here. Oh, fuck. Come on, Dork. 55 cents. Yes. Yes. I will have my fill. Give it to me. Fucking useless bulls. Ah. Nice, Paul. Good job, man. Dork, what do I get if I'm right about the top to the penny? Ah, damn it. Get wrecked. Let's load it up on Beyond as 0 DT calls for end of day rip. Nice. Okay. Thanks, GME call buyers. Appreciate the liquidity. That was nice. Now I can close my 0 DT calls. And little bounce. Hey! Yeah, I know. 30 cents off though. Like a fucking scrub, right? I'm so ashamed of myself. I had it too until that fucking second wick, man. This was at 151. Comment made here. Really sad. I picked up some AMKBY yesterday around 7. Not a lot though, just a little bit. Just DCAing. Do my 3, 8, 14C Beyond calls have any chance? Ew. No. You need more theta. Also, those are really far out of the money. Are these morons still trying to sell 0 DTE puts? No, but I think someone sold a bunch of calls. Fubo 250, 0 DTEIV is 1200%, ticking up every second. Normal? Seems fine. Is this going to go down into close? Maybe not substantially. It's the perfect formula. Every time people think it's the top, more up. Selling calls is bullish. You're correct. Although the MM is a seller on rising vol, so this is where I opened my $15 0 DTE calls. This is where I closed them. Imagine being bullish on GME. XRT hasn't even been on Reg Show yet. Imagine being bullish on VIX. Oh man, look what 3 years has made us. I know. You know what I think's still hysterical though? When like one of the super stonk posts makes it to the top of my Reddit thread that's like shows a picture of GME going down for the day and they're like, what good news did I miss? But there hasn't been any good news for 3 years. Ooh, new high. Gross. Today's the day. Is that guy still around? Or did he sell? Buck calls? On what? GME? God, no. This right here is the healthiest market I've ever seen. Indubitably. Give us a closing price prediction. I'm bored as fuck. If we go anywhere near the MM's hedge, it's gonna be like 51.15 or 51.10. I don't think we're gonna though. Pretty good support at 51.25. That seems like a reasonable range to close in. 30 to 25. This is ridiculous. They're fucking getting way overextended up here. And they're running out of like sold call liquidity too. All the in the money calls are starting to sell off. Most people at SS only have like 2 or 3 shares anyway, so once it's a computer share, it's too much of a hassle to sell. Round number top. Crash time. Right up the DD. I want to see it. I got my teeth out picking ribs. Okay, I'm going to time you out for another 30 minutes. The DD round number top equals crash time. Oh, okay. What's up, Ben? Please? Okay. Why would you tell me to buy calls on a day like today? Because I'm a big shill? So just hold my in the money SPY 507 38 315 calls through the weekend. You could if you want to. I mean, you could turn them into a debit spread, I guess, if you want to reduce like your theta loss over the weekend. But it looks like you're in the money on those pretty decently. I love you. I know, Ben. The DD, ES only trades in 25-cent increments, therefore 0.5 is the most important increment because 5 beats 2.5 and 7.5 is a silly number. Mm. I don't understand why BNED isn't rocketing up with TAC and SPX here. It's because it's neither of those things. What's going to stop this from going up into close? Resistance? Gamma Max? SPX VN? I mean, we're only $15 away from the market maker just going long Vega. NDX close 18,420 for the memes. If it tops out at 5140 exactly, how insufferable is Dort gonna be? I don't know. It's just a line. Yeah, it is. We're still on track for the 5188 high next week. I mean, I'm not sure that that's like the actual high, but that's where I assume resistance would exist. And yes, sort of. I think it'd be like a Monday test of like 5166. I guess we could hit 5190 by Thursday, maybe. It depends. NVIDIA to 790 by close. Let's fucking go. Fuck, now I'm 30 cents off. Now you know how I feel, asshole. I'm gonna turn my tea bottle into a flower. I did it. That was worth it. Beyond to the moon. Because it bounced? I don't think so. But you know what I might do on Beyond? Is pick up a couple debit spreads for over the weekend. It's a nice little bounce, I guess. It's not bad. Options. Vertical. $3. 10/13. No, that's the wrong date. 3/8. Ooh, gross. Proof or bet? What? I'd see. Little. If I turn it upside down, it's like a little flower. Who's winning this week's prediction? Oh, not me. I drew a straight line down. Nothing better than having a day off work and making way more than I do at work and getting to vape instead of hearing your vape go off, wishing I had mine. Thanks for everything. If you can't vape at work, you need to get promoted, man. Thanks, Trash. Oh my gosh, it's happening. Look at Beyond. Well, I could tell because this didn't fill. Oh, nope, it didn't happen. Never mind. Immediately rejected. Hey! SPX went down for 3 candles in a row. That's got to be a new record. Nope, never mind. They got rid of it. I wonder if we'll have one red 15-minute candle on ES today. We're so close to this one not being green. Thanks, I hate it. Nice and healthy. Yeah, it's not like VIX is up or anything. As charm decays, we likely pump or dump. Depends what levels we hold. We probably have a decent amount of positive charm above 25. But if we were to lose 25, that would be bad. Can we buy puts now? I don't think so. Well, maybe. I don't know. What the fuck is that? So we chop here 35 plus minus $3. Likely to just melt up end of day. No real sell off sub 30. I don't know. It depends. We have a lot of profit taking on in the money calls right now. Like 30 is not as strong as it was. 40's got a decent amount of call interest. I would say if we lose 35, we could kind of slump a bit into the end of the day. Close somewhere between 51.25 and 51.35. Won't the calls just cash settle? That's fine for in the money calls. It's not great for out of the money calls though. Or at the money calls, right? Like if you bought a 51.40 right now, it costs $4. So your break even on cash settlement is at 41.45. Almost. 41.44 and 50 cents. But it seems silly to not tap 51.50. It does, but there's not a lot of call interest at 51.45. There's a lot of calls at 51.50. Also, call buyers need to constantly outpace the fact that vol is rising, which is difficult. I think this was in the pickle education. VIX up, SPX up equals bad equals squeezilies. Yeah, it is squeezy. But squeezies end, right? They're not a permanent thing. VIX is really rocketing up. I bought a 35p to prepare for 5200. Nice. Thanks for keeping the run going, AJ. That's everyone appreciates it. What on earth did you do to that poor bottle label? I turned it into a flower when I was bored. I'm still bored, but yeah. These rejections are fucking violent, but the rejections of the rejection are just absolutely mind-numbingly aggressive. I mean, I don't. Vol just keeps going up though, right? So, tasty theta nom nom nom. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome to Cornishon. Give Tasty Theta a shout out for hooking you up. He got Carl? Carl Imposter? You mean Carl number 2? My directional trades fail, but my straddles work out. Guess I know what I gotta do. More straddles? Or get better at directional trading? Yeah, Beyond broke back above DN. That's actually kind of interesting. Best day ever for Zillionaire to get canceled. That's new. That's discounted Zillionaire. Enjoy. I might be learning something. I check volume on stuff before I buy. Unlike before when I was more focused on SPX price. Interesting. Weeklies on Beyond. Just some spreads to hold over the weekend. Dude, they started selling 5150 puts. Like 0 DTE 5150 puts. What kind of candles are these? They're rad. Ooh. Downside interest is getting weird. We're getting a little bit of in the money call buying. If we slip 25, does this just crater? Yeah, we're not going to slip 25, right? It's an hour and a half. Yellow candle. Did you just say 5150 put selling? I'm not even that dumb. Yep, and 40. Sold puts at both strikes. He missed. He missed by the same 30 cents that I missed by. Actually, I only missed by 20 cents. So I will not. Are they gonna try to get squeeze it up like yesterday? Maybe, but we're not there yet. We're not at the end of day yet. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother thing. Have you ever recorded or do you keep a record of your daily projections versus actual to gauge your market analysis improvement, if you will? I mean, I literally write pickles picks every night. So yes, there's a record. A long time ago, I used to keep like a journal. I still like have like a logbook of trades. I just don't update it as often as I used to. Can we gamma squeeze down if the 40-50 sold puts buy back? Yeah, or the 30-30, like the 35-30 put spreads fall back out of the money or fall back into the money. You lived your life like a red candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the vol shorts set in. And I would have liked to know you, but I was just a Cornishon. Your candle burned out long before your legend ever did. Thank you, Top Loaf. It's beautiful. Elton John. Nice. I like Pickle's picks. I never do anything with them, but the fact that you're out there writing them, I respect that. Nice. Who's the MM for yes no contracts on this being your last stream? This isn't my last stream. Is my 5100p safe? Was it sold or bought? I'm on a company that's found what seems to be a strong resistance at 50, but it keeps getting close, but not closer. Should I invest in a breakup or just go in now? I don't know. Why isn't it going higher? Maybe you should ask yourself that. Why are there no buyers at a higher price if you're willing to be a buyer at this price? BCE, if you're curious. I wasn't, but I can take a look at it. Okay, so it's found a support at 50. Or is finding support at 50. Maybe. $7.92% dividend. The payout ratio is 170%. That's a bit rough. They're having some trouble getting their margins lined up. Total debt 34 billion, 36 billion. Total liabilities 51. Assets 71. Those are cash flows. Cash flows are improving a bit. I don't know. Look up their maturation schedule. There's got to be a reason they're not seeing any price improvement, right? So maybe they have a lot of debt coming up. And that's going to hurt cash flows substantially. They seem to be having a really, really hard time holding any kind of positive valuation over 50. Which is about, yeah. I mean, they're trading about like 3x to book. Net income's about 1/3 of gross profit. I would look into their bonds and see what debt they have coming up. That's a big risk with a lot of telecoms. Yeah, with that payout ratio, there's a very good chance that they lose their dividend. Or reduce it, right? Which would cause the price of the stock to fall. Are you riding that into close? I don't know. I'm riding it for a little bit longer. I'm only up like 10% on it right now, which kind of sucks. Oh, Gherk, my noodles are almost here. Dude, it's like 2 hours later. What the fuck? Your prediction was a dollar. First of all, your prediction was 138. Don't make me screenshot other parts of the chat, okay? I will not say your name. Scowl at me. Will you ever call Dork by your name? That'd be weird. 600 million Canadian. That's not real money. Fuck it, I'm buying 5150 calls. Okay. I have a hard time believing that's their only debt. Is that all the debt that's coming due in 2024? There's 250 million due in May. So that's probably all gonna need to be refinanced. Or they're gonna take a massive hit to their cash flows for a couple of quarters. Matt, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Hey, Greg, I'm back. I have no puts. How am I going to make all that money back in Power Hour? Is it puts? Huh. I don't know. Yeah, I would say near term, Greg, there's some. I would need to do more research on it, which I'm not going to do because they're a Canadian company and I would never invest in that. But I would say that there's definitely a decent amount of risk priced in that their dividends going to be cut or reduced, and it looks like their dividends probably going to be cut or reduced with 850 million due in the next quarter. The worst part about paying off a house is when you realize you have to pay taxes, so the money bleeding never actually ends. Reverse mortgage, right? Get like a 50-year reverse mortgage. Hear me out. Put it into treasuries at your tax rate. Boom. I don't know what your tax rate is. I'm curious about pickles picks. Are these curated for me, or do I select which pickles I want delivered every month? Oh boy. You can play with your pickles any day of the week, Matt. What if I live to be 120? I don't know. Thanks for all the pickles picks. I've tripled my small port without having to use my brain. You're the best, pickle man. Nice, Jitsi Poo. Well done, man. Too early for 15 150s. Just wait till the last 15 minutes when they're cheap. Taxes are 1%. Dude, then you're making 4% a year fun money. Do you have someone that you need to leave the house to? Like a child or cousin? So they can survive the apocalypse? HELOC, same like reverse mortgage. Yeah, you could probably do it with a HELOC too. I don't think so. I don't actually know how reverse mortgages work. I assume it's the reverse of a mortgage. Like you receive a payment plus interest every month. And then after a period of time, the person on the other side owns the home. Inverse house? Yeah. Instead of being long your home, you're then short your home. They pay you the interest. You don't pay the interest. Reverse mortgages are really hard to get if there's a chance that you live longer than the mortgage term. Do the reverse mortgage. When they come to claim the house, announce squatters' rights. Bingo, bango, bongo, free house. No popcorn. No. Can I reverse mortgage myself, like leverage on life insurance? Yeah, I think so. Just tell them you involve yourself in high risk behaviors. Am I in the country club? I don't know. Are you? You would be better able to answer that than I would. Are all the channels you see just a bunch of meme stocks? Sell the reverse mortgage, top profit. Get inverse mortgage. Use inverse mortgage payments to pay for regular mortgage. Big Bam Boom, house for house exchange, but you get a free house. You know, you could just sell your house and buy another house. CC's on a house is just renting it. How would you CSP a house? I guess you just like go around making offers on homes significantly below their current sale price until one gets accepted. I just realized Kiki is the cart girl. Wait, what? You get a mortgage and then get a reverse mortgage at the same time. Use the reverse mortgage to pay your mortgage. It's so simple, really. Take a bird, tie a weight to its feet, throw it the window of your house you want to buy. Boom, squawkers' rights. Again, not how it works, popcorn. But this makes me curious though. We could reverse mortgage the house, take 750K, park that in treasuries, then well, reverse mortgages pay you every month. That's the problem. So you don't get like a big influx of cash all at once. You could sell the house, put all the money in treasuries, use the interest payments to pay your rent. Let someone else pay the fucking taxes. And live with my dad? Even better. Reverse mortgage, then rent it out. Mm. Then live with your dad? If you're 62 years or older, you might qualify for a reverse mortgage. Yeah, they really want you to die most of the way through it. But US healthcare is so great, our life expectations, we're the only developed country with a declining life expectation, so right? That's got to be maybe there's something there. Which Nelly song best describes your relationship with Dork? Hmm. I've really got to think about this. Country Grammar. Shimmy, shimmy, cocoa, what? Listen to it pound. No, not It's Getting Hot in Here. Did you wear one pants leg to your knee like Nelly did? I still do that shit. I need a face band-aid. Have you Dork and JFresh ever meet in person? Does astral projection count? That was the hottest astral threesome I've ever had. He's never heard that song in his life. Who? Hot in Her? I've heard that song. It's not Nelly's best song. Country Grammar was the first rap song to include AI. Did you guys know that? Or at least I think it is. I can't remember the lyrics. Like I can only sing that song with my windows up in traffic, but I'm like 99% sure that he says my answer your third question like AI. Say hi to my blank left in the slamma from St. Louis to Memphis, from Texas back up to Indiana, Chi-Town, Casey, Motown to Alabama, LA, New York, Yankee, blank to Hotlanta. Right? Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. I haven't heard that song in a couple of years. I'm gonna listen to it tonight. It's none of your fucking business, Surface Smurf. You have Windows? Jesus, you're on another level. What's Allen Iverson? The AI? I know. But now it's more relevant. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so SPX down, VIX down. What the fuck is going on here, man? Allen Iverson's gonna find a way to make a buck off this hype. What the ever-loving fuck is QQQ doing 170 bips up on no news? It's not true. We had some bad economic data today. My old student loan servicer is being accused of mismanaging federal student loan forgiveness programs. Get fucked, assholes. Someone just dumped 1 million shares of SPY, $4 under spot. Wait, what? Oof. Which servicer? Mohila? $15.05, 508.82, 251,624 shares per sale, 4 sales. Holy fuck, that's really weird. Maybe a dark pool dump? Did it show up in the exchange volume or no? Probably an ARB settlement. Does hitting the red heart on the side of the screen give you free 0 DTEs? No. Seven eight would be easy and beneficial for the shorts. There's still a lot of 0 DTE calls. Also, indexes are going up, which makes it harder to short. It's still beneficial to them, and they may just dump it further on Monday. Especially if we close under DN. 5 creation units at a time. Also, red candle. Jesus, Greg, how many spreads did you sell? Just like 5. Too many, you think? What exchange is it from? I think he's referring to Allen Iverson, who is also known. Yeah, I know he's talking about Allen Iverson. But that's not really pop culture appropriate anymore. So we can just change the meaning, right? That's Australian man disappears after crypto exchange credits his account 995,000 instead of 99,500. Are we missing any Aussies today? Bithead? Are you there, man? What about Wirt? Or as he's more commonly known, Ken Griffin. It's a little excessive. 5 spreads is excessive. How's that excessive? How many should I have sold? 1? No. 15? That'd be like the whole account. 5 small instead of 1 wider. What about higher profit percentage on the narrower spread? I don't get it though. 5's excessive, but I should have sold 15. Just full port. Did I stutter? But I only got a 15% or a 50% return. I'm probably going to close them too, because we're not dropping fast enough. It shows a lack of conviction. That's true. You're not wrong. Me and my stupid risk management. You could use the credit to buy bear put spreads. Hmm. Found a little bit of support here. I don't like it. So much vol shorting above VN. Jesus Christ. But I only have 1 day trade. I can only close 1 position. You've already made me choose between my debit spread and my credit spreads. I have a thing for dragging your emotions around. Oh, it's 42 degrees out today? Gross. Don't want to go anywhere. That's too cold. I'm gonna eat in tonight. What a cool and helpful program for the common folk. What? Does long positioning support these levels on SPX, or is this just clown market pumps? It supports it, but the dealer doesn't want to be up here, which is kind of the problem. Like there's enough bulls, but the bulls are driving the dealer like net short across the entire chain. Post about reverse mortgages. Looked into it for the last 20 minutes. You really are autistic as fuck. I'm inches away from closing on my house. Should I get one? Does the exuberance scare you at all, or is this just going to continue up until we can confirm downside? I don't see any reason for us to stop going up anytime soon. I mean, we don't have a lot of data next week, and it's mostly labor shit. Who doesn't want to throw $500,000 into 5% treasuries and get that value out of the home now while we're peak RE bubble? I don't think you get a lump sum payment on a reverse mortgage, though. I think it's like a fixed income instrument, right? So you just get, I mean, you'll get 7% on the value of your house plus a payment every month. Yeah, but I want one. You don't have to pay taxes anymore, but you're gonna live there for 30 years. Yeah, JPOW testifies at Congress next week. That can move markets. I highly doubt it. The last 3 times he's testified, just nothing has happened at all for like the 2 days or one day he was testifying. What day does he meet with the Senate? Or is he only doing the Congress this time? Usually it's both. It's like one and then the other. He's supposed to testify on a regular schedule, but I don't think there was one last quarter for some reason. I don't remember why. It's been a year and still no Latino representation. I can't wait to find out whose messages he never answered. How you feeling about NVIDIA over 2 trillion? This is just the way things are now, man. We're getting quite a lot of call buying right here. $320. The zero GT Beyond $10 Strangle is paying healthy today. Nice, man. Don't like that. More call buying, more put selling. Active managers are not positioned for inflation. Yeah, nice. Well, fucking 10 years down 1.55% today. And USD JPY and USD Yuan are up. So about that breakdown, we have from 40 to 30. I said there was support at 30. I just DM'd you an accidental retirement opportunity. I don't have any DMs from you, need to. A turd. Retirement Cougars. Ooh. Alright. What is this? Is it about retirement or cougars or cooking? It puts price down on the drop due to the vol crash. Get wrecked. The vol didn't crush that much. You're just really far out of the money, aren't you? It's been a nice play all day. Dude, buying puts today has been terrible. There was like 2 rejections the entire day. Yes, is back below trend.
Interesting. Still fighting with 5150, huh? Why does Pfizer have so much volume on the options chain? I don't know. Do they have a excessive amount of volume? Probably because everyone's selling calls. I don't know though. I don't think they have earnings or anything coming up, right? Maybe it's put selling? What's it on? Puts or calls? 30K at the near strikes. Yeah, maybe people going synth long. Could be like an accumulation sign. Second test of the low with stability. Did you imagine Crystal Pickle think 5150 in the last 3 minutes? I don't really think we get 5150 today at all. It's not impossible, but it's really unlikely. $41, 51.45 and 51.50 interest has fallen off a shitload. I can see us retesting 40. But yeah, I don't know about 45 or 51. 40 should be a resistance. If that happened, yeah, it would have to be like in the last couple of minutes of the day. Like volume for Monday, like Delta coming in, right? Yeah, no one cares, man. Isn't 5150 the code they use for a 72-hour hold? Yeah. This is ever breaking down without a systemic event? Bulls have an iron grip, and pullbacks are getting smaller and smaller, which is interestingly less and less bullish. I mean, I think if it does pull back, you just get a systemic event, right? At this point, like right now, if we lose 5,000, right, Vol's gonna just rocket. There's like 600,000 puts sold at the 5,000 strike. Is AMKBY only an annual divvy? Yeah. Well, those people don't understand how it works. Shouting about 30%, did they? I don't know. But yeah, it's an annual dividend. Is the recent NYCB news a nothing burger, or is it just being swept under the rug? I mean, I don't think their exposure is that big, but and I'm sure systemic risk surrounding them has been largely hedged off at this point. It's been an ongoing thing for long enough that there's probably as much risk as can be pulled back from the situation probably has been. Um, I don't know. I know they're doing some investigations, but we don't know the results of those yet. What was the pump on GME? I don't know. It might have just been like like a blow off. There was a lot of ETF FTDs today, and indexes are running pretty hard. I'm actually surprised GME hasn't gotten like a couple dollars over the last couple days. It would have made more sense. AMKBY had a 30% divvy a couple years back as a one-off. And their divvy fluctuates every year, but they pay out a dividend every year. I think they've got one coming up. It's like 25 cents a share or some shit. .375. Oh, okay. Because I think their margins are going to turn around. I mean, that's why I bought them. I didn't buy them for the dividend. The dividend's cool, but I bought them because I thought their margins were going to turn around. I'd actually be okay with them like just canceling the dividend so I could buy more. But when I bought them initially, I bought them at like $7, and then it went up like fucking like almost 50% over the next like month and a half because of the shipping shit in the Middle East. So I sold like 75% of my shareholding, and then I just bought back into a little bit yesterday. But I think they're due for a growth cycle, and if commodities pick up, they'll do very, very well. So like everyone's in a recession right now, right? Except the U.S. And I expect that to continue to drag on shipping prices. But after the recession, right, or as the recession start to normalize and economies get up and running again, shipping demand's gonna explode, right? And then I gotta buy AMKBY at like this massive discount right now. And in a couple years, I can sell it for much more money than I paid for it. When do you think shipping companies start arming or escorting their fleets? I mean, I don't really think they're equipped to arm their fleets against militaries, right? They already do to some extent against pirates. Or at least they take defensive measures. I know they hire like military contractors and stuff like that, but I mean, the problem with the Red Sea right now is they're getting like anti-ship missiles shot at them, right? And they don't have like defensive equipment to handle that kind of firepower. So buying at a lower price, sell at a higher one. Mind blown. Yeah. Also, they spend a lot of money on like energy costs and inflation and recession. Those really hurt shipping, right? But when you hit a recession, energy costs usually go down really significantly. That helps the bottom line for shipping like a lot. And then recessions end eventually, and then as economies stabilize, demand for commodities picks up. Most commodities are transported via ships, so that's going to increase shipping demand, and then price goes back up. You'll see that like coming out of recessions, AMKBY performs really, really well. And even just recently, because of the conflict, there's a bit of volatility play there too. So I got to make like, I mean, I didn't make 50%, but I made like I think it was like 38-42% on the shares that I initially bought already, and then I'm just buying back in now too. No, Zim sucks. Zim sucks. They lease their whole fleet. They have a lot of issues. They have tons of fucking debt. Not that AMKBY doesn't, but Zim has less of an ability to pay it. You're talking about like don't compare fucking Moeller Maersk to Zim. Also, Zim's in like one of the like their home port is like one of the most heavily conflicted ports on the entire planet right now, right? They're literally in the middle of the fucking Suez Canal. Their dividend's garbage, all right? You have to pay Israeli taxes on that dividend before you receive it. It knocks it down quite a bit. I'm not sure about this one, but if you looked up DHT, no. Marine shipping, 9.5 divvy. Payout ratio is 115%. You have to be really careful with shipping companies. A lot of them are just fraudulent. There's a few really big operators that are kind of trustworthy companies, and then there's like 100 just wildly fraudulent shipping companies. I don't know anything about this one. I'd have to look into them. Their margins seem okay. But I don't know. They're based out of the U.S. Crude oil tankers. Oh, okay. Monaco, Singapore, Oslo, Norway. Headquartered in Hamilton, Bermuda. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that much. I mean, dig into them, but. Mm. You see RC's pick with Plute? Will you be attending Apefest 2? Regarded Boogaloo now. two Florida multimillionaires meet up at random event. Can you tell I closed my 35p for a slight loss? No, but I believe it. One of my client leases shipping containers at companies like AMKBY, but they're part of a giant conglomerate. What would you do? Wait, what? How did Zim reach $80 a few years ago? Probably hype and short squeeze. I think that was like peak COVID, right? When shipping companies were just going nuts. There's so much like durable goods demand. So you want to go? I don't know what you're asking me, Nitu. You want to go long shipping container leasing? I don't know. Kind of. I don't know either. The Red Sea thing has been good for them, really. You wouldn't think that they would profit hugely on that. Is it because containers are getting shot with missiles? If SPX goes below 5,000, market crash? Not necessarily, but maybe like a significant correction. Hmm. 15 minutes left. Call interest has weighted a bit to the upside. Let's take a look at Mondays. I also have another client that makes shipping containers. Okay. Interesting. So the downside's pretty well defended Monday. And it looks like there's a shitload of upside. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Call positioning under 5100 is weakened substantially. Even under 5125, it's not very strong, but we are starting to get a swell of interest up to like the 5175 level. That's filling in a lot more over the next week. The breakout to 50 is still kind of questionable, but yeah, we're getting more call interest up here. Pretty obscene amount of vol shorting. By single option calls. Close the spreads. Ooh. Small loss. $13. Majority of positions are at 35. 30 is pretty weak. Zero DTA calls are kind of selling off. Future's gonna dump into close. Maybe. Hmm. Okay, that doesn't look so hot. But there might not be enough time. Ooh, gap down. Hmm. Kind of struggling a little bit there. Oh, cool. Awesome. Alright, and then debit spreads hedge for the weekend. Good to go. Any reason why you in the US don't buy Maersk AB on the Danish exchange? It's like $7,000 a share. I guess I could. It's a little more awkward. I think for tax purposes. Although I'm not sure, but I think for tax purposes it's a little more awkward. But it's a really big share. The White House has said that the banking system is sound and resilient. Oh, we're fucked. That's the most bearish fucking thing I've ever heard. What if RC's plan is to buy Pulte homes and just open them up for LAN parties? We're gonna find out that RC's gonna use GME's money to buy into the Pulte Homes board. But BBBYQ shares are still never coming back. I'm doing the pain trade thing, averaging down Vega puts. This has to be the top before the next top before the downs. I feel like people don't listen to me. Up 51.88 next week. Sorry, did you say something? I wonder if NVIDIA will get to 850 next week. Is it bigger than Apple at 850? I sold in the money bull puts. Oh, Jesus. $2.4 trillion at the moment. A serious question. What if market ups last all year? Buy more calls. Serious answer. Is the proper pronunciation NVIDIA or NVIDIA? It depends. You could listen to their ads or their CFO. Seems like my choice to close those call spreads was a good one. And I got a decent fill, I think. What did I sell them for? Wait, why isn't it showing up? They came back? What the fuck? Hold on. Dude, what? This is mind-boggling. Fucking WeBull. Seriously. Duty calls. I'll be gone for a few months, so please take care of my wife, but no touchy. All right. Don't crash the market while I'm gone, please. Take care, everyone. Have fun on your boat, man, or ship. Gotta be shitting me. Was that the settlement price? We'll come back and check in a minute. I can't believe they didn't close my fucking spreads. What a load of horse shit. Anyway, ding ding. Futures looks like it's still in the process of rejecting its high on the uptrend that began today. So far going pretty strong. We had a solid run of the entire day without a red candle. Going into Monday, we have more bullish support and more out of the money calls. So it looks like so far Monday's probably going to be pretty decent before we go into any major news, which I guess is going to be the Powell's speech testimony to the House Financial Services Committee on Tuesday. Dollar down today from its recent high at like 104.15. Yields pulling back pretty hard. A little below the prior low that we saw in Feb 26, but not very much. Core 3 and 1 month down real hard today, alongside indexes being up. So lots of vol shorting. Forward yield on volatility is still roughly in the same range, around -6%. But the yield curve pulled back a little bit. Carry trade is starting to slump, despite the dollar being up against the yen. Move probably isn't updated yet. Skew went up again yesterday, which we expected. Negative 42.03 to end the week. Correlation between VIX futures and cash VIX. That's still breaking down despite our larger move up. And I believe after today we're pricing in 0.79 rate cuts for 20 or 0.79 points in rate cuts for 2024. So slightly increased expectations despite today's weak-ish manufacturing data. That puts us ending the week at 51.37.07. Oh, I did make money. Cool. Alright, well, I mean, I wish I made more when I fucking closed the spreads, but whatever. Still very close to VN on the monthly contract and GM. Closing above Vega neutral on the weekly contracts. Still under Gamma Max, but yeah, we're still stuck in that range where upward progress is substantially hampered by the fact that put selling pushes the long. And if we go above Vega neutral on the monthly contract here, which shouldn't happen, or it shouldn't, well, if it does, it should immediately reverse. It's never happened before in the 2.5 years that we've been tracking this, but should it happen, the would go long Vega across the entirety of the SPX chain. Navy Nuke, I wish you the best, man. Be careful out there. Seriously. I picked up some debit spreads on Beyond for Monday. It looks like they started covering a little bit again into the end of the day, and the short broke down, but not very much. It is holding this upper trend, which is something I'm keeping an eye on. But yeah, this is kind of my entry range for longer dated positions. If we drop below that, I probably would have picked up something like 30, 40 DTE, 45. But I'm still waiting because, you know, with the forced covering, as long as they can get the forced covering out of the way and they have some dropping indexes, then they could really get the price down substantially where they need it, which is down here under where they sold all their calls short. If this goes on long enough, you know, and those calls stay underwater, then those calls could start squeezing. And if those calls start squeezing, you kind of end up in a situation like you did on GME, where you know, short vol is squeezing out while it's on reg show, and there's no liquidity, right? And so you end up getting a lot of liquidity generation through the market maker, which pushes the long, the underlying, and then yeah, you could get so still in a very interesting spot, but we'll definitely have to see how it plays out. I don't think there's enough bulls on Beyond for it to like actually squeeze, right? Like the guys who are short and vol have more than enough money to keep shit contained. But it does mean that, you know, they will need liquidity during the force covering period, and they will have to push the a little bit long in order to get that liquidity, and that's where the price improvement comes from. Anyway, members only stream this Sunday, 12:30 p.m. It'll be open to anybody who wants to tune in. And thank you guys so much. I hope everyone has a great weekend. I will see you Sunday morning. Later, guys.